Welcome to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, where tonight we'll journey through magical corridors, enchanted classrooms, and the peaceful grounds of the castle. Join us as we explore the wizarding world in a story designed to help you drift into a peaceful sleep. After our story concludes, you'll hear the gentle crackling of a common room fire to help you fall asleep. There will be no advertisements or interruptions, just the continuous, soothing sounds of flames to carry you into your dreams. Now take a deep breath, relax your mind, and let's begin our magical adventure. The light of the setting sun filtered through the stained glass windows of the great hall, casting colourful patterns across the ancient stone floor as you settled into your evening meal. The enchanted ceiling above reflected the darkening sky, stars beginning to peek through as twilight approached. You took a deep breath, savouring the comforting aromas of freshly baked bread and hearty stew that filled the air. Across the table, Ron was enthusiastically describing the latest Quidditch match to anyone who would listen, his hands gesturing wildly as he recounted a particularly spectacular save. Hermione sat beside him, her nose buried in an enormous leather-bound book, occasionally glancing up to offer a polite nod, despite clearly being absorbed in her reading. As you reached for your goblet of pumpkin juice, you noticed Harry watching something at the staff table with curious interest. Following his gaze, you spotted Hagrid, Hogwarts' beloved gamekeeper, fidgeting more than usual. The half-giant kept checking a large pocket watch, his enormous fingers fumbling with a delicate timepiece, before he abruptly stood, nearly toppling his chair in the process. "He's been acting strange all week," Harry whispered, leaning across the table. "Yesterday, I saw him carrying bundles of firewood into the Forbidden Forest, well past midnight. And did you notice he's barely touched his dinner?" Hermione added, momentarily looking up from her book. "That's not like Hagrid at all." Your curiosity piqued. You watched as Hagrid made his way toward the entrance, stopping briefly to whisper something to Professor McGonagall before slipping out through the massive oak doors. The evening meal continued, the gentle murmur of hundreds of conversations filling the hall as you finished your treacle tart. Just as you were considering returning to the common room to work on Professor Flitwick's charms essay, a small, folded piece of parchment appeared beside your plate with a soft pop. You unfolded it carefully, immediately recognizing Hagrid's untidy scrawl. "Meet me at my hut after dinner. Bring Harry, Ron, and Hermione. Got something special to show you. Don't tell anyone." You passed the note to the others, who read it with growing interest. "Well, that settles our evening plans," Ron said, helping himself to another serving of pudding. Though with Hagrid, something special could mean anything from tea cakes that break your teeth to a three-headed dog. "Whatever it is, we should be careful," Hermione cautioned, closing her book with a gentle thud. "Remember, it's after hours, and we don't want to lose any house points." As the great hall began to empty, the four of you made your way across the grounds toward Hagrid's hut. The evening air was cool and fresh, carrying the sweet scent of spring flowers from the nearby gardens. The grass beneath your feet was still damp from an afternoon shower, and the sound of your footsteps was muffled by the soft earth. Hagrid's hut stood on the edge of the Forbidden Forest, a cozy stone cottage with smoke curling from its chimney. The windows glowed with warm golden light, creating a welcoming beacon in the gathering darkness. As you approached, you noticed that Hagrid had hung thick curtains over all the windows, which was unusual even for him. Before you could knock, the door swung open to reveal Hagrid's bearded face, his dark eyes twinkling with excitement. "You came... brilliant," he whispered, ushering you inside with surprising urgency. "Quick now, in you go. Don't want anyone seeing ye." The interior of Hagrid's hut was as warm and inviting as ever. A fire crackled merrily in the stone hearth, casting dancing shadows on the walls. Fang, Hagrid's enormous boarhound, was curled up on a patchwork quilt in the corner, snoring softly. The familiar scents of wood smoke, herbs hanging from the ceiling beams, and Hagrid's rock cakes filled the small space. Once you were all seated at his large wooden table, Hagrid peered out of the window, checking that no one had followed you before drawing the curtains tight. "What's going on, Hagrid?" Harry asked, accepting a mug of tea that was far too large for his hands. Your note sounded urgent. Hagrid's face broke into a broad grin as he sat down, the chair creaking ominously beneath his weight. "I've been waiting to share this with someone who'd appreciate it. Figured you four would understand, seeing as you're always up for a bit of adventure." He leaned in conspiratorially, lowering his voice despite there being no one else to hear. "I've got a baby dragon. Been caring for it for nearly 3 weeks now." Hermione gasped, nearly spilling her tea. "A dragon? But Hagrid, that's against the law. The dragon breeding for pleasure and profit was outlawed by the Warlocks' Convention of 1709. Everyone knows that." "Well, technically I didn't breed it," Hagrid said, looking slightly sheepish. "Found the poor thing abandoned deep in the forest. Must have been left behind by its mother or got separated somehow. Couldn't just leave it there, could I?" Ron shook his head in disbelief. "Only you, Hagrid, would find an abandoned dragon and decide to adopt it." "What kind of dragon is it?" you asked, genuinely curious, despite the obvious concerns. Hagrid's eyes lit up at your interest. "It's a Norwegian ridgeback, I reckon. Not full grown yet, of course. Just a baby, really. Not much bigger than Fang. Been keeping it in a special clearing I found, deep in the forest where no one goes." "And that's where all the firewood was going," Harry said, the pieces falling into place. "You've been keeping it warm. Dragons need heat, especially the young ones." Hagrid nodded approvingly. "Smart lad, Harry. Just like your parents." He stood up suddenly, reaching for his enormous moleskin overcoat that hung by the door. "Actually, that's why I wanted Yale to come tonight. The little one's been practicing fluttering about for days now. Think tonight might be the night for its first proper flight." "You want us to watch a baby dragon's first flight?" Ron asked incredulously. "In the Forbidden Forest? At night?" "It's perfectly safe," Hagrid assured him, though none of you looked particularly convinced. "I'll be with you the whole time, and it's a special moment in it. First flight of a dragon. Not many witches or wizards ever get to see that." Despite your reservations, there was something undeniably compelling about the opportunity. The chance to witness such a rare and magical event was too intriguing to pass up. Looking at your friends, you could see the same curiosity reflected in their eyes. "All right," Harry said finally. "But we'll need to be careful. And we should be back before midnight," Hermione added firmly. "We've got potions first thing tomorrow, and I don't fancy explaining to Professor Snape why we're falling asleep in class." Hagrid beamed at you all, clearly delighted. "You won't regret it, promise. Now, let me just gather a few things and we'll be off." As Hagrid busied himself collecting various items, a large leather pouch, a rolled-up blanket, and what looked suspiciously like a large hunk of raw meat wrapped in paper, you exchanged glances with your friends. This wasn't the first time Hagrid's love for dangerous creatures had led you into a questionable situation, but there was something endearing about his boundless enthusiasm. "Ready?" Hagrid asked, extinguishing all but one lantern. "Best keep quiet as we go. Don't want to wake the whole castle." With that, you slipped out into the night, following Hagrid's massive form as he led you toward the edge of the Forbidden Forest. The moon had risen now, nearly full and casting a silvery glow over the landscape. The trees ahead stood tall and imposing, their branches swaying gently in the evening breeze. As you entered the forest, the atmosphere changed immediately. The air became cooler, filled with the earthy scents of moss and bark. The moonlight filtered through the canopy in dappled patterns, creating islands of silver in a sea of shadows. Sounds surrounded you, the soft hooting of owls, the rustling of small creatures in the underbrush, and the occasional distant howl that made the hairs on the back of your neck stand up. Hagrid moved with surprising grace for someone of his size, picking his way along a barely visible path with practiced ease. He held his lantern low, the golden light illuminating just enough of the ground ahead to avoid roots and stones. You all followed in single file, keeping close together as the forest grew denser around you. "Not much further now," Hagrid whispered over his shoulder, "just beyond that ridge there." After walking for what felt like at least half an hour, the trees began to thin slightly. Ahead, you could see a gentle slope leading up to a small clearing bathed in moonlight. As you crested the ridge, a collective gasp escaped your group. The clearing was nothing short of magical. It was a perfect circle of soft, springy grass, surrounded by ancient oak trees whose branches formed a natural canopy. Moonlight poured in from above, illuminating everything in a soft, ethereal glow. But what truly made the scene enchanting were the hundreds of fireflies that drifted through the air, their tiny golden lights pulsing gently like earthbound stars. "Beautiful, isn't it?" Hagrid said softly, setting down his lantern. "Found this place years ago. The centaurs call it the Circle of Whispers. Say it's got old magic in it, safe magic, peaceful light." In the center of the clearing stood a crude but sturdy-looking structure, a small shelter built from logs and branches, with smooth stones creating a fire pit beside it. A thin wisp of smoke rose from the embers, suggesting Hagrid had been here earlier in the day. "Where's the dragon?" Ron whispered, eyes darting around the clearing. "Probably hidin'," Hagrid replied, approaching the shelter slowly. "Bit shy around strangers, she is. Named her Norberta after me mum." Hagrid knelt beside the shelter, his massive frame making the structure look even smaller than it was. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small silver whistle, bringing it to his lips. The sound that emerged was unlike anything you'd heard before. Not quite a whistle, not quite a song, but something in between that seemed to resonate with the very air around you. For a moment, nothing happened. Then a small rustling came from inside the shelter. You held your breath as a narrow, scaly snout poked out from the entrance, followed by a pair of luminous orange eyes that gleamed in the moonlight. "There's my beautiful girl," Hagrid crooned, holding out his hand. "Come on out, Norberta, got some friends for ye to meet." Slowly, cautiously, the baby dragon emerged from the shelter. Even from where you stood, you could see why Hagrid had identified it as a Norwegian ridgeback. Its scales were a deep, burnished bronze that caught the moonlight like polished metal. A ridge of black spines ran from the top of its head down to the tip of its tail, which ended in a small arrow-shaped point. Its wings, still proportionally too small for its body, were folded tightly against its sides. As Norberta fully emerged, you were surprised by her size. She was about the same dimensions as a large dog, perhaps the size of a Labrador, though her proportions were entirely different. Long-necked, lizard-like, with powerful back legs and smaller front limbs. She moved with a strange, undulating grace, despite her seemingly awkward form. "Isn't she gorgeous?" Hagrid breathed, his voice filled with unmistakable pride. Only 3 months old, but smart as a whip. Norberta approached Hagrid cautiously, her nostrils flaring as she took in the scent of the newcomers. She pressed her snout against his outstretched palm, making a sound that was somewhere between a purr and a hiss. "She's beautiful," you found yourself saying, and meant it. Despite the potential danger, there was something undeniably magnificent about the creature. "Can we come closer?" Harry asked, clearly fascinated. "Slow movements," Hagrid advised, "and let her come to you. Dragons are proud creatures, don't like feeling cornered or surprised." Following Hagrid's instructions, the four of you spread out in a loose semicircle, crouching down to appear less threatening. Hermione, despite her earlier concerns, looked absolutely entranced, her eyes wide with academic interest. Ron, on the other hand, maintained a healthy distance, his expression a mixture of awe and apprehension. Norberta watched you all with intelligent eyes, her head tilting slightly as if she were assessing whether you posed any threat. After a moment of consideration, she took a tentative step toward Harry, nostrils flaring once more. "She likes Yaha," Hagrid said softly. "Dragons can sense magic, you know. Probably feels the strength in Harry." The dragon moved from one of you to the next, investigating each with careful curiosity. When she reached you, you felt the warm puff of her breath against your hand. Her scales gleamed in the moonlight, and up close you could see the intricate patterns and variations in color that gave each one a unique appearance. There was something ancient and knowing in her gaze that made you forget she was just a baby. "Now then," Hagrid said, once Norbert had completed her inspection, "let's see about that flying, shall we?" He reached into his leather pouch and pulled out several strips of the raw meat you'd seen earlier. The dragon's attention immediately shifted, her eyes fixed on the food with sudden intensity. "Got to motivate 'em a bit," Hagrid explained, tossing one piece to Norberta, who snapped it up with remarkable speed. "For the young ones, flying doesn't come natural right away. Got to learn, just like humans with walking." Hagrid moved to the center of the clearing, holding another piece of meat high above his head. "Come on, Norberta. Up you come." The dragon watched the meat with longing, taking a few steps forward before stopping, seemingly unsure. She stretched her neck upward as far as it would go, but the treat remained tantalizingly out of reach. "She's got to use her wings," Hagrid explained to you all. "Been practicing little jumps and glides for days now, but tonight I think she's ready for a proper flight." For several minutes, Hagrid continued to encourage the dragon, moving the meat from side to side, raising and lowering it in ways designed to make her leap and stretch. Norberta made a few half-hearted attempts, rising onto her hind legs and flapping her wings, but never quite committing to a full takeoff. "Something's wrong," Hermione observed quietly. "She seems frightened." Now that Hermione mentioned it, you could see it too. Despite her interest in the food, Norberta kept glancing nervously at the sky. Each time she spread her wings, a visible tremor would run through her body, and she would quickly fold them back against her sides. "She's afraid of heights," you realized aloud. "Or maybe she's just not confident enough yet." Hagrid lowered the meat, looking concerned. "Ye might be right. Dragons are meant to fly, it's in their nature. But I suppose everyone gets scared their first time trying something new." "Maybe she needs more encouragement," Harry suggested. "Not just from you, Hagrid, but from all of us." "Worth a try," Hagrid agreed, gesturing for you all to move closer. For the next half hour, you tried everything you could think of to encourage Norberta. Hagrid demonstrated wing movements, spreading his massive arms and flapping them in what was probably the least aerodynamic manner possible. Ron, getting over his initial wariness, created small light patterns with his wand that danced through the air, trying to entice the dragon to follow them upward. Hermione recited facts about dragon flight that she'd read in Dragon Breeding for Pleasure and Profit, a book she insisted was purely for academic research. Despite your collective efforts, Norberta remained firmly grounded. She would stretch and jump, but the moment her feet left the earth, panic seemed to overtake her, and she would quickly land again, sometimes hiding her head under her wings in what looked remarkably like embarrassment. "Maybe we're going about this all wrong," you said finally, as Norberta retreated to her shelter after a particularly frightening attempt that had ended with her tumbling onto her back. "We're trying to make her do something she's clearly not ready for." "But she should be ready," Hagrid insisted, though his voice held more concern than frustration. "Norwegian Ridgebacks usually start proper flying around 3 months. If she doesn't learn soon..." He didn't finish the sentence, but you all understood. In the wild, a dragon that couldn't fly wouldn't survive long. As you pondered the problem, you noticed the fireflies that had been floating around the clearing were now gathering in a strange formation. They formed a gentle, ascending spiral that rose from the ground, up toward the branches of the tallest oak tree. There was something mesmerizing about the pattern, a natural elegance that seemed almost purposeful. "I have an idea," you said quietly, watching the fireflies. "What if, instead of trying to make her leap straight into the air, we give her something to follow? Something gradual?" You explained your plan, and soon everyone was working together to create a path of light. Hagrid positioned himself at the far end of the clearing with the largest piece of meat yet. Hermione and Ron used their wands to create gentle, glowing orbs that floated in a gradual incline from the ground up to where Hagrid stood. Harry, meanwhile, stood beside Norberta, speaking to her in soft, encouraging tones. You approached the dragon slowly, letting her become accustomed to your presence. When she seemed comfortable, you pulled out your wand and whispered, "Lumos Minima." A tiny point of light, no brighter than a firefly, appeared at the tip of your wand. You moved the light slowly in front of Norberta's eyes, watching as her pupils dilated with interest. Then, very gradually, you began to move the light along the path that the others had created, starting just inches from the ground. "Come on, Norberta," you whispered. "Just follow the light, one step at a time." To your delight, the dragon began to follow the glowing point, her neck stretching forward with curiosity. You moved the light a little higher, and she rose onto her hind legs to keep it in view. A little higher still, and she gave a small hop, her wings instinctively opening slightly to balance herself. "That's it," Harry encouraged from beside her. "You're doing brilliantly." Step by gentle step, hop by small hop, you led Norberta along the illuminated path. Each time she successfully followed, you would move the light a little higher, a little further. The dragon seemed to forget her fear in the simple pleasure of the game, her eyes fixed on the dancing point of light with the innocent fascination of a kitten. When you reached the midpoint of the path, where the lights began to rise more steeply, Norberta hesitated. You held your breath, worried that the spell would be broken, that she would retreat back to the safety of the ground. But then, Harry moved beside her, his hand gently touching her flank. "You can do this," he said with such quiet confidence that even you believed it. "We're all right here with you." Something in his voice seemed to resonate with the dragon. She took a deep breath. You could actually see her chest expand, and then, with a sudden determination, she spread her wings fully for the first time. They were beautiful. Stretched out to their full span, they were at least twice the length of her body, the delicate membrane between the spines catching the moonlight like stained glass. They weren't the wings of a mature dragon yet, but you could see the potential in them, the promise of power and grace to come. With a push from her powerful back legs, Norberta launched herself upward. For a heart-stopping moment, she seemed to hover in place, wings beating frantically as she adjusted to the sensation of being untethered from the earth. Then, with growing confidence, she began to follow your light again, rising higher and higher along the illuminated path. A collective gasp rose from your group as Norberta truly flew for the first time. Her movements were still awkward, with too much wing flapping and not enough gliding, but she was undeniably airborne. She followed your light all the way to Hagrid, who was now holding the meat as high as his considerable height would allow, tears streaming unashamedly into his wild beard. "Look at you," he cried as Norberta reached him, snatching the meat from his hand with a triumphant snort. "My beautiful girl, flying like she was born to it." Which of course she was. For the next hour, you all watched in wonder as Norberta gained confidence with each flight. After that first success, it was as if a barrier had been broken. She began to experiment, sometimes following your lights, sometimes creating her own path, each flight lasting a little longer than the last. By the time the moon had moved significantly across the sky, she was swooping in graceful arcs around the clearing, occasionally spiraling upward through the fireflies, which scattered like golden dust in her wake. "I've never seen anything so beautiful," Hermione whispered, her academic interest having given way to simple, childlike wonder. "It's like watching someone discover who they really are," Harry added, and there was something in his voice that suggested he understood this feeling personally. Eventually, Norberta tired of her new skill and returned to Hagrid, landing somewhat clumsily at his feet. She looked up at him with what you could have sworn was pride, before curling herself into a contented ball beside the warmth of the fire pit. "Thank you," Hagrid said, his voice thick with emotion as he looked at each of you in turn. "All of ye. Don't think she'd have done it without your help." "What will happen to her now?" you asked, realizing that a flying dragon would be much harder to keep secret than one confined to the ground. Hagrid sighed, running a gentle finger along Norberta's ridge of spines. "Been thinking about that. Charlie Weasley, Ron's brother, works with dragons in Romania. Wrote to him last week, and he's agreed to take her once she's ready. Got a whole sanctuary there with other dragons. She'll be happier in the long run, with her own kind." There was sadness in his voice, but also acceptance. It was the kind of love that put the needs of the loved one first, a lesson as valuable as any taught in Hogwarts classrooms. "She'll always remember you, Hagrid," you said, believing it to be true. "You gave her wings in more ways than one." Hagrid nodded, too emotional to speak. For a while you all sat in comfortable silence, watching as Norberta's breathing deepened into sleep, her small body rising and falling rhythmically. "We should head back," Hermione said eventually, noticing that the moon had begun its descent toward the horizon. "It must be well past midnight by now." With reluctance, you all prepared to leave the magical clearing. As Hagrid extinguished the fire and made sure Norberta was comfortable in her shelter, you took one last look around, committing the scene to memory. The gentle glow of the fireflies, the silver moonlight on dragon scales, the look of pure joy on Hagrid's face when Norberta had taken flight. Some moments in life were too precious to forget, too magical to be diminished by time. This, you knew, was one of them. The walk back through the forest seemed shorter somehow, as if the path itself recognized your need for rest. The trees whispered gently overhead, and the occasional hoot of an owl accompanied your footsteps. By the time you emerged from the forest's edge, the eastern sky was just beginning to lighten with the first hint of dawn. At Hagrid's hut, you paused to say your goodbyes, each of you receiving one of his bone-crushing hugs. "Come back next week," he invited, his eyes still bright despite the late hour. I want to show you how she's progressing with her flame. Just tiny sparks now, but magical to see. With promises to return, you made your way back to the castle, slipping inside just as the first golden rays of sunlight touched the highest towers. As you climbed the stairs toward your dormitory, a pleasant weariness had settled into your limbs. Your mind was full of flying dragons and fireflies, of friendship and courage both large and small. As you finally lay in your bed, drawing the curtains against the approaching day, you closed your eyes and found that sleep came easily. In your dreams, you soared above the forbidden forest on dragon wings, the world below transformed into a tapestry of moonlit beauty, and the night air singing with the sound of freedom newly discovered. And somewhere in the forest, in a clearing touched by ancient magic, a young dragon dreamed too, of flight and fire, of kind hands and gentle voices, and of all the skies that awaited her. Several weeks had passed since your midnight adventure with Hagrid and Norberta the dragon. The memory of that magical night still lingered in your dreams. The soft glow of fireflies, the look of wonder on Norberta's face as she took flight for the first time, and the warm feeling of accomplishment that had settled over the group as you made your way back through the dark forest. Spring had fully embraced the grounds of Hogwarts now. The lawns rolled out in lush carpets of emerald, dotted with tiny white daisies that swayed in the gentle breeze. The lake sparkled under the increasingly warm sun, and even the whomping willow seemed less irritable, its branches stretching lazily toward the clear blue sky. You found yourself spending more time outdoors between classes, sometimes alone with your thoughts, sometimes with Harry, Ron, and Hermione. There was something soothing about watching the giant squid lazily propel itself just beneath the lake's surface, or listening to the distant calls of strange creatures from the edge of the forbidden forest. It was during one such peaceful afternoon that you spotted Hagrid emerging from the forest, a wicker basket swinging from one massive arm. His beard was tangled with twigs and what looked suspiciously like cobwebs, but his face wore a smile of deep contentment. "Hello there," he called when he spotted you sitting beneath a beech tree near the shore of the lake. "Enjoying the sunshine, are you?" You nodded, marking your place in the charms textbook you'd been reading. "What have you been up to, Hagrid? More visits with Norberta?" His eyes crinkled warmly at the mention of the dragon. "Ah, she's doing wonderfully. Flying like she was born to it now, which I suppose she was." He lowered his voice, though there was no one nearby to overhear. "Charlie's coming for her next week. Got everything arranged for the transport to Romania." Though you could hear the sadness behind his words, there was also a sense of acceptance. Hagrid knew, perhaps better than anyone, that wild creatures belonged in their natural environments, even when it meant saying goodbye. But that's not what's got me all excited," he continued, setting the basket down beside you. When he pulled back the cloth covering, you saw that it was filled with small, silvery mushrooms that seemed to pulse with a faint inner light. "Mooncaps," he explained, noticing your curiosity. "They only grow during the 3 days leading up to a full moon. Dead useful in potions, and Snape's been after me to collect some for his advanced classes." Something clicked in your mind. "Is it a full moon tonight?" "Tomorrow night," Hagrid corrected, carefully recovering the basket. "Which reminds me, there's something special happening in the forest tomorrow. Would you like to see? You can bring the others too if they're interested." Before you could ask what this something special might be, a dreamy voice floated across the lawn toward you. "Hello, Hagrid. Are those mooncaps? They're quite beautiful when they're fresh. My father says they sing under the full moon, but only to those who believe they will." Luna Lovegood approached with her usual unhurried grace, her long blonde hair catching the sunlight like spun silver. She wore radish earrings that swung gently with each step, and her wand was tucked behind her ear for safekeeping. There was something ethereal about Luna that had always fascinated you, a quality of being simultaneously present in this world and someplace else entirely. "Hello, Luna," Hagrid greeted her warmly. "They do make a sort of humming noise, but I've never heard them sing properly. Maybe I'm not listening right." Luna smiled, her protuberant silver eyes reflecting the shimmer of the lake. "Perhaps we're all hearing the same thing, just describing it differently." She turned her gaze to the forest. "There's a lot of magic building in there, I can feel it from here." Hagrid's eyebrows rose in surprise. "Yeah, can feel it? That's a rare gift, that is." He studied her with newfound interest before making a sudden decision. "Luna, would you like to join us tomorrow night? There's something I'd like to show you. Both of you," he added, "including you in the invitation. Something not many people get to see." "Is it dangerous?" you asked, though you already knew that Hagrid's definition of dangerous rarely aligned with anyone else's. "Not dangerous, no," he assured you, though there was a twinkle in his eye that suggested adventure lay ahead. "Just special. Very special. Meet me at my hut just after dinner tomorrow. And dress warm. Nights can still get chilly, even in spring." Luna nodded serenely. "I'd be delighted. I'll bring some dried blueberries. They're excellent for attracting positive energies." If Hagrid found this statement odd, he didn't show it. "Excellent. Tomorrow night, then. Just the three of us." He glanced at the gradually descending sun. "Best get these moon caps to Professor Snape before they start to wilt. They get tetchy when they're kept in the dark too long." As Hagrid lumbered off toward the castle, you turned to Luna. "Do you have any idea what he wants to show us?" Luna's smile was mysterious. "Something beautiful, I expect. The forest is full of unexpected wonders if you know where to look." She gazed dreamily toward the distant trees. "Most people are too afraid to notice." The next evening arrived with a sky so clear it seemed as though every star in the galaxy had come out to witness whatever magic was brewing in the forbidden forest. Dinner in the great hall had been a delicious affair. Roast chicken, garlic potatoes, and for dessert a treacle tart that melted on your tongue. But you found yourself unable to fully enjoy it, your mind constantly wandering to the mysterious adventure that lay ahead. "You're sure you don't want us to come?" Hermione asked as you prepared to leave the common room. She was curled up in an armchair by the fire, a massive tome open on her lap. "It seems strange to go into the forest without Harry and Ron." "Hagrid was specific about it just being Luna and me this time," you explained, wrapping a warm scarf around your neck. "Said whatever it is we're going to see is very shy. The fewer people, the better chance we have." Ron looked up from his half-finished potions essay with a hint of relief. "Shy creatures in the Forbidden Forest? That's a nice change from the usual will actively try to kill you variety." "Just be careful," Harry advised, though there was a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "And tell us everything when you get back." With promises to recount every detail, you slipped out of the portrait hole and made your way through the silent castle. Most students were in their common rooms at this hour, giving the corridors an otherworldly quality. Your footsteps echoed off the stone walls, occasionally joined by the whispers of portraits as you passed. Outside, the night air was cool but not unpleasant, carrying the sweet scent of spring flowers. The grounds were bathed in silver moonlight, transforming the familiar landscape into something dreamlike and enchanted. In the distance, you could see smoke curling from the chimney of Hagrid's hut, a cozy beacon guiding you forward. Luna was already there when you arrived, dressed in a pale blue cloak with what appeared to be tiny stars sewn into the fabric. They caught the moonlight as she moved, creating the illusion that she was wrapped in a piece of the night sky itself. "I brought the blueberries," she whispered as you approached, showing you a small pouch, "and some moonstone dust, just in case." Before you could ask what the moonstone dust might be just in case of, the door to Hagrid's hut swung open. Hagrid emerged dressed in his enormous moleskin coat, a crossbow slung over his shoulder. At your alarmed expression, he quickly explained, "Just a precaution, nothing to worry about. There's plenty in the forest that's perfectly harmless, but better safe than sorry, eh?" Despite this less than reassuring statement, you nodded and fell into step beside him as he led the way toward the edge of the forest. Luna walked on his other side, humming softly to herself, her eyes taking in everything with serene interest. "So what exactly are we hoping to see tonight, Hagrid?" you asked, curiosity finally getting the better of you. Hagrid's face broke into a smile beneath his wild beard. "Well, if we're lucky, and I mean really lucky, we might see an ivory-manned unicorn." Luna's humming stopped abruptly. "An ivory-manned, but they're incredibly rare." "They are," Hagrid agreed, looking impressed with Luna's knowledge. "Most unicorns, ye see, are the common sort, beautiful creatures, of course, with their golden horns and white coats, but the ivory-manned are special, only appear under the full moon, and only to those they deem worthy." "Worthy of what?" he asked. "That's just it. No one knows for sure. Some say they can see into your heart, judge the purity of your intentions. Others think they're drawn to people who need, I don't know, some kind of healing, I suppose. Not physical healing necessarily, but the kind that happens inside." He tapped his chest significantly. "Daddy says they're actually from the moon," Luna offered matter-of-factly, "that they use their horns to travel between worlds when the barriers are thinnest." Hagrid chuckled. "Could be, Luna. There's plenty about magical creatures we still don't understand, even after all these years of studying them." By now, you had reached the edge of the forest. The transition from open grounds to dense woodland was abrupt, as if someone had drawn a clear line between safety and adventure. Beneath the canopy of leaves, the moonlight filtered through in dappled patterns, creating pools of silver on the forest floor. "Stay close now," Hagrid advised, lighting the lantern he carried. "The path can be a bit tricky, especially at night." The three of you moved deeper into the forest, following a narrow trail that wound between ancient trees and gnarled roots. Unlike your last nocturnal expedition, when you'd gone to see Norberta, tonight the forest seemed hushed, expectant, as if it too was waiting for something magical to occur. Mist curled around your ankles, cool and caressing, its tendrils reaching up from the ground like ghostly fingers. The scent of damp earth and moss filled your lungs, clean and primal. Somewhere in the distance, an owl hooted softly, the sound echoing through the silence. "The forest feels different tonight," you whispered, almost afraid to disturb the quiet. Luna nodded dreamily. "It's the moon. She's changing everything, pulling at the magic like she pulls at the tides." For nearly half an hour, you walked in companionable silence. The only sounds the soft crunch of leaves beneath your feet and the occasional rustle of unseen creatures in the underbrush. Finally, Hagrid slowed, holding up a hand to signal a stop. "We're nearly there," he murmured, his voice barely audible. "Just over that ridge is a clearing, one of the most magical spots in the whole forest. If the Ivory Mant is going to appear anywhere, it'll be there." The ridge in question was gentle, rising gradually before sloping down into what you assumed was the clearing. As you crested the top, a soft gasp escaped your lips. Below you lay a perfect circle of open ground, perhaps 50 feet in diameter, surrounded by ancient oaks whose branches reached toward each other but never quite touched, leaving the center open to the sky. The full moon hung directly overhead, pouring its silver light into the clearing like a spotlight designed by nature itself. The grass within the circle was unlike any you'd seen before, taller than the surrounding forest floor, rippling like water in a gentle breeze, and tinted with a bluish silver that made it appear almost luminous. Small, pale flowers, perhaps the same mooncaps Hagrid had been collecting, dotted the ground, pulsing gently with an inner light. "It's beautiful," you breathed, taking in the enchanted scene. "The centaurs call it the moon's mirror," Hagrid explained in a hushed tone. "They say it's one of the places where the barrier between our world and others grows thin, especially powerful on the night of a full moon." Luna was already moving forward, her steps light and graceful as she descended into the clearing. Her cloak flowed behind her, the tiny stars seeming to glow brighter now, as if responding to the magic of the place. "Wait, Luna," Hagrid cautioned, following her with surprising stealth for someone of his size. "We need to be careful. Unicorns are sensitive creatures. They'll bolt at the slightest disturbance." You joined them at the edge of the clearing, the three of you standing half concealed by the shadows of the surrounding trees. The moonlight was so bright here that Hagrid extinguished his lantern, allowing your eyes to adjust to the natural illumination. "What do we do now?" you whispered. "We wait," Hagrid replied simply, "and we hope." Luna reached into her pouch and pulled out a handful of dried blueberries. With careful movements, she scattered them in a semicircle a few feet in front of where you stood. "An offering," she explained at your questioning look. "A gesture of friendship." For what felt like hours, the three of you remained motionless at the edge of the clearing. The night air grew cooler, and you were grateful for the warm scarf you'd brought. The moon continued its arc across the sky, but its light on the clearing never dimmed, as if the space existed in a perpetual state of moonlit enchantment. Just when you were beginning to think that no unicorn would appear that night, a subtle change came over the clearing. It wasn't anything you could pinpoint exactly, more a shift in the atmosphere, as if the air itself had become more attentive. Beside you, Luna straightened, her silver eyes widening slightly. "It's coming," she whispered, so softly that you barely heard her. At first you saw nothing. Then, at the far side of the clearing, the mist seemed to gather and thicken, swirling into a shape that gradually solidified. Like a creature born from the moonlight itself, a unicorn stepped into the clearing. Even from a distance, you could tell this was no ordinary unicorn. Its body was the purest white you had ever seen, seeming to glow from within with a pearlescent light. Its hooves were delicate, barely appearing to touch the ground as it moved, and where they did press into the earth, tiny sparkles of silver light remained, like footprints made of stardust. But it was the unicorn's mane that truly set it apart. Unlike the silky, horse-like manes of common unicorns, this creature's mane flowed like liquid silver, rippling and shifting with each movement as if it were composed of moonlight itself. Its horn, too, was different, longer and more spiraled, with a translucent quality that made it appear as though it had been carved from living crystal. "Merlin's beard," Hagrid breathed, his voice filled with wonder. "Isn't she beautiful?" The ivory-maned unicorn paused in the center of the clearing, its head held high, ears swiveling to catch every sound. Its eyes, large and expressive, were the color of a dawn sky, pale blue with hints of lavender, and they seemed to hold ancient wisdom within their depths. For several minutes, the unicorn remained in place, as still as a statue carved from moonstone. Then, with graceful precision, it lowered its head and began to graze on the silvery blue grass, though its eyes remained alert, constantly scanning the edge of the clearing where you stood hidden. "What do we do now?" you whispered to Hagrid, afraid to move lest you startle the magnificent creature. "We make ourselves known slowly," he replied. "If she decides to leave, we let her. No chasing after her, no matter what. This has to be her choice." With exquisite care, Hagrid took one step forward into the clearing. The unicorn's head shot up immediately, eyes fixed on the half-giant's massive form. It took a step backward, muscles tensing as if preparing to flee. "It's all right," Hagrid murmured, his normally booming voice softened to a gentle rumble. "We mean no harm. Just wanted to say hello, that's all." To your surprise, the unicorn did not bolt. It remained where it was, watching Hagrid with what appeared to be curiosity rather than fear. After a moment, it pawed at the ground with one front hoof, sending a shower of silver sparks into the air. "I think she's asking who we are," Luna said, taking a small step forward to stand beside Hagrid. Her movement was so fluid, so natural, that the unicorn barely reacted to her presence. "Hello, beautiful one," she continued, addressing the unicorn directly. "We're friends. We've come to admire you, if you'll." The unicorn tilted its head slightly, as if considering Luna's words. Then, with deliberate slowness, it took a single step towards you. Its gaze moved from Hagrid to Luna, and finally to you, still half hidden in the shadows. "She wants to see you too," Luna encouraged, extending a hand in your direction. "Don't be afraid." Heart pounding with a mixture of excitement and trepidation, you moved forward to join them. The unicorn's eyes locked onto yours, and in that moment, you felt as though it could see straight through to your soul, examining every thought, every feeling, every hidden corner of your being. It was not an invasive sensation, more like being recognized, truly seen for perhaps the first time in your life. There was no judgment in those ancient eyes, only a calm acknowledgement of who you were, with all your strengths and flaws laid bare. The three of you stood in a loose semicircle at the edge of the clearing, none daring to move closer to the unicorn without invitation. Minutes passed in silence, broken only by the soft rustling of leaves in the gentle night breeze. Then Luna, with characteristic unexpectedness, slowly sat down cross-legged on the ground. The movement was so natural, so unassuming, that it didn't register as sudden or startling. She simply lowered herself to the earth as if it were the most logical thing to do, arranging her star-speckled cloak around her. "Sometimes," she said softly, not looking at either you or Hagrid, "magic is better appreciated when you're not towering over it." Taking her cue, Hagrid carefully, and with considerably more effort, lowered his enormous frame to the ground as well. You followed suit, the three of you now sitting in a row at the edge of the magical clearing, like children awaiting a bedtime story. The unicorn watched this rearrangement with evident interest. Its ears flicked forward, and it took another cautious step in your direction. Then another, and another. "Don't move," Hagrid whispered. Though the instruction was hardly necessary, you felt rooted to the spot, scarcely daring to breathe as the magnificent creature approached. When it was perhaps 10 feet away, the unicorn stopped again. It lowered its head slightly, nostrils flaring as it caught your scents on the night air. Its gaze was penetrating, assessing, but not threatening. There was a palpable intelligence in those eyes, a consciousness that seemed to understand far more than you might expect from even a magical creature. Luna, still appearing completely at ease, slowly reached into her pouch, and withdrew a few more dried blueberries. With infinite care, she placed them on the ground before her, then returned her hands to her lap. An offering freely given, she murmured, with respect and admiration. For a long moment, the unicorn remained still, considering. Then, with a grace that made your heart ache, it moved forward and delicately lipped up one of the blueberries from the ground. As it raised its head again, you could have sworn you saw a glimmer of approval in its otherworldly eyes. "She likes you, Luna," Hagrid said, his voice filled with quiet awe. "I've never seen one take food from a human before, not like that." Luna smiled serenely. "She knows we have no intention of taking anything from her. That makes all the difference." The unicorn finished the blueberries, then regarded the three of you with renewed interest. To your astonishment, it moved closer still until it stood directly before Luna. Slowly, it lowered its magnificent head until its horn was level with Luna's face. The horn seemed to glow from within, casting a soft light that illuminated Luna's features, making her appear as ethereal as the unicorn itself. For a breathless moment, the two regarded each other in silence. Then, with infinite gentleness, the unicorn touched the tip of its horn to Luna's forehead. A ripple of magic, there was no other way to describe it, passed through the clearing. It wasn't visible exactly, but you felt it like a wave washing over your skin, leaving a tingling sensation in its wake. The magical flowers pulsed more brightly for an instant, and the mist swirled in patterns that seemed almost deliberate, as if forming symbols you could almost but not quite recognize. When the unicorn withdrew its horn, Luna's eyes were closed, her expression one of perfect serenity. Slowly her eyes opened again, and the smile she gave the unicorn was radiant. "Thank you," she whispered. "I understand now." Before you could ask what she understood, the unicorn had moved to stand before you. Your heart hammered in your chest as those ancient eyes studied you, seeming to look past the surface to something deeper within. Then, as it had done with Luna, it lowered its horn to your forehead. The moment the tip touched your skin, a profound sense of peace washed over you. It was as though every worry, every fear, every small anxiety that had been weighing on your heart was gently lifted away, leaving behind a clarity you hadn't known was possible. Colors seemed more vivid, sounds more distinct, even the air itself sweeter as it filled your lungs. In that moment of connection, you felt you understood something essential about the unicorn, and perhaps about magic itself. It wasn't about power or control, but about harmony and balance, about recognizing the extraordinary that existed within the ordinary, if only one knew how to look. As the unicorn moved away from you, you noticed that your vision was blurred with unshed tears. Blinking them away, you watched as the creature approached Hagrid with the same deliberate grace. Despite his massive size, Hagrid seemed to shrink in the presence of such pure magic, his expression reverent as the unicorn touched its horn to his forehead as well. When it was done, Hagrid's eyes too were damp. "Thank you," he murmured, his voice thick with emotion. "That's a gift I won't ever forget." The unicorn stepped back, regarding the three of you with what could only be described as satisfaction. Then, to your astonishment, it turned and began to walk slowly around the perimeter of the clearing, its liquid silver mane flowing like a stream of moonlight, its horn casting prismatic reflections on the mist. "I think she wants us to follow," Luna said, rising gracefully to her feet. "Are you sure?" you asked, hesitant to presume anything with such a magical creature. As if in answer, the unicorn paused, looking back at you over its shoulder in clear invitation. It waited until the three of you had stood, then continued its measured pace around the edge of the clearing. You fell into step behind it, maintaining a respectful distance. The unicorn led you in a full circuit of the magical space, its hooves leaving those strange, glimmering prints that lingered for several seconds before fading back into the earth. There was something ceremonial about the procession, as if you were participating in a ritual far older than Hogwarts itself. When you had completed the circle, returning to your original position, the unicorn turned to face the center of the clearing. It raised its head toward the full moon hanging above, and for the first time, you heard its voice. Not a neigh or a whinny as you might expect from a horse-like creature, but a sound like crystal bells, pure and resonant, carrying a melody that made your heart ache with its beauty. The song, if that's what it was, lasted only a few moments. As the final notes faded into the night, something extraordinary happened. The flowers scattered throughout the clearing began to glow more intensely, their light pulsing in perfect rhythm. The mist thickened and swirled, forming a vortex in the exact center of the space. And from that vortex, stepping through as if emerging from another world entirely, came a second unicorn. This newcomer was identical to the first, the same pearlescent hide, the same liquid silver mane, the same crystalline horn. It moved with the same ethereal grace, its hooves barely seeming to touch the ground. The only difference was in the eyes. While the first unicorns had been pale blue, with hints of lavender, this one's were a soft amber, warm as honey in sunlight. "There's two of them," you whispered, awestruck by this new development. "Bonded pair," Hagrid murmured back. "Even rarer than seeing one alone. They mate for life, unicorns do, but the ivory mand are so secretive that hardly anyone's ever seen a pair together." The second unicorn approached its mate, and they touched noses in a gesture of evident affection. Then, as if they had planned it all along, both creatures turned to face the three of you, standing side by side in the center of the moonlit clearing. For a long moment, no one moved. The unicorns regarded you with their ancient, knowing eyes, and you felt privileged simply to exist in the same space as these magical beings. Then, with a grace that took your breath away, both unicorns bowed their heads toward you, horns dipping in what was unmistakably a gesture of respect. "We should bow back," Luna whispered, already lowering herself in a graceful curtsy. You and Hagrid followed suit, bowing deeply to the magnificent creatures before you. When you straightened, you found that the unicorns had moved closer, now standing just a few feet away. "I think," Luna said softly, "they want to walk with us." As if confirming her words, the first unicorn, the one with the lavender blue eyes, moved to stand beside Luna. Its companion, the amber-eyed one, positioned itself near you and Hagrid. There was a clear invitation in the gesture, one that filled you with a sense of wonder so profound it was almost overwhelming. With infinite care, Luna reached out a hand toward the unicorn beside her. The creature met her halfway, pressing its velvety nose against her palm in a gesture of trust that brought fresh tears to your eyes. Encouraged by this, you slowly extended your own hand toward the second unicorn, hardly daring to hurt. The touch of its nose against your skin was like nothing you had ever experienced. Warm and soft, yes, but also vibrating with an energy that seemed to flow directly into your body, connecting you to the creature in a way that transcended the physical. From Hagrid's sharp intake of breath beside you, you knew he was experiencing the same sensation. "They'll walk with us now," Luna said, her dreamy voice filled with quiet joy. "But we follow their lead, not the other way around." Slowly, the unicorns began to move, guiding you away from the edge of the clearing and into its center. The sensation of walking beside such a creature was surreal, like being escorted by a living embodiment of moonlight. The unicorn's mane occasionally brushed against your arm, feeling not like hair but like cool water, sending pleasant shivers across your skin. For what might have been minutes or hours, time seemed to lose its meaning in that enchanted place. You walked in slow circles around the clearing, the unicorn setting a pace that was deliberate but never hurried. Occasionally they would stop to graze on the silvery blue grass, or to touch noses with each other in that affectionate gesture. During these pauses, you, Luna, and Hagrid would simply wait, content to observe and exist in the moment. As you walked, something strange began to happen. The physical world, the trees, the sky, even the ground beneath your feet seemed to become less solid, more permeable. It wasn't that these things disappeared, but rather that you became aware of something beyond them, a layer of reality that had always been present, but that human eyes were rarely able to perceive. In the air around you, patterns of light danced and swirled, responding to the movements of the unicorns like ripples in a pond. The boundaries between one thing and another, between earth and sky, between creature and environment, between the seen and the unseen, grew less distinct. It was as if the unicorns, by their very presence, had temporarily lifted a veil, allowing you a glimpse of the deeper magic that underlies all existence. Neither you, nor Luna, nor even Hagrid spoke during this extraordinary experience. Words seemed not just unnecessary, but somehow inappropriate, too mundane to capture the wonder of what was transpiring. Instead, you communicated through glances, through smiles, through the shared understanding that you were participating in something truly rare and precious. Eventually, as the moon began its descent toward the western horizon, the unicorns led you back to the edge of the clearing where your journey had begun. There they stopped, turning to face the three of you one last time. Their eyes, so ancient and knowing, held yours for a long moment, conveying a message that needed no words. Remember this night. Carry its magic with you. Then, with a synchronized movement of perfect grace, both unicorns bowed to you once more. As you returned the gesture, a sense of completion settled over the clearing. The feeling that this ceremony, whatever its purpose had been, was now concluded. The unicorn with lavender-proof eyes approached Luna one final time, touching its horn briefly to her heart. The Amber Knight one did the same for you and Hagrid, the contact sending a last wave of that indescribable energy flowing through your body. Then, their farewell complete, both creatures turned and walked toward the center of the clearing, their forms becoming increasingly ethereal with each step, as if they were dissolving back into the moonlight from which they had emerged. By the time they reached the center, they were little more than silhouettes, translucent and shimmering. A swirl of mist enveloped them, glowing with that same inner light you had noticed in the unicorn's manes. When the mist cleared a moment later, the clearing was empty save for the three of you, standing in reverent silence at its edge. "They're gone," you whispered, feeling a pang of loss even as the wonder of the experience continued to fill your heart. "Not gone," Luna replied, her voice dreamy yet somehow more grounded than usual. "Just no longer visible to us. They're always here, in places like this, where the boundaries between worlds are thin. We just needed their help to see them tonight." Hagrid nodded, brushing a tear from his eye with one massive hand. "Reckon you're right, Luna. There's more magic in this world than most of us ever get to see." He looked down at the two of you with deep affection. "Thank you both for coming tonight. Wouldn't have been the same without you." As the three of you began the long walk back through the forest, a comfortable silence settled between you. The path seemed easier now, as if the forest itself was guiding you safely home. The mist that had curled around your ankles earlier had dissipated, and the pre-dawn light was just beginning to filter through the canopy above, turning the darkness to a soft, welcoming twilight. "You know," Hagrid said eventually, his voice soft with reflection, "some folks think unicorns are just pretty creatures, nice to look at, but not much else. But the truth is, they're some of the most powerful magical beings in existence, not in the way dragons are powerful, all fire and fury, but in a deeper way. They can heal things that no potion or spell could ever touch. Like wounds in the soul," Luna said, her silver eyes distant, as if seeing things invisible to you and Hagrid. "Exactly," Hagrid agreed. "I've seen it before. Not with the Ivory Man, never been that lucky, but with regular unicorns. People who meet them, who really connect with them, they're changed afterward. Sometimes in ways you can see, sometimes in ways you can't." You thought about the feeling of the unicorn's horn touching your forehead, the profound peace that had washed over you in that moment. Even now, hours later, something of that peace remained, a quiet center within you that felt like it might withstand whatever storms life had yet to bring. As you emerged from the forest, the castle of Hogwarts stood silhouetted against the lightening sky, its towers and turrets like something from a fairy tale. It struck you then how fortunate you were to be in this place, at this time with these people, to be living in a world where unicorns walked with humans under the full moon, where dragons took their first flight with encouragement from friends, where magic wasn't just something you learned from books, but something you experienced with your heart and soul. By the time you reached Hagrid's hut, the eastern sky was streaked with pink and gold, the promise of a new day on the horizon. You were tired, your legs aching from the long walk, but it was a pleasant sort of tiredness, the kind that comes from having lived fully and well. "Thank you, Hagrid," you said, meaning it with every fiber of your being. I don't even have words for what that was. Hagrid smiled, his eyes crinkling with understanding. "Some things aren't meant to be put into words. They're meant to be felt." He glanced up at the lightening sky. "You two should head back to the castle, get some rest before classes, but remember what happened tonight. It's the kind of magic that stays with you." Luna nodded serenely. "I'll remember," she promised. "The unicorns will too. They chose us, you know. That's quite special. You said your goodbyes to Hagrid, promising to visit again soon, perhaps to hear about how Norberta was settling into her new home in Romania." As you and Luna walked back to the castle together, the morning dew dampening your shoes, you found yourself reflecting on the strange and wonderful experiences you'd had since coming to Hogwarts. "Do you think," you asked Luna, "that we'll ever get used to it? All this magic, I mean. Does it ever just become normal?" Luna considered this for a moment, her expression thoughtful. "I don't think magic is meant to become normal," she said finally. "I think we're meant to be surprised by it, again and again. That's how we remember to appreciate it." Her words stayed with you as you climbed the steps to the castle entrance. Inside, the corridors were still quiet, most students still asleep in their dormitories. You and Luna parted ways at the grand staircase, she heading toward Ravenclaw Tower, you toward your own common room. "Thank you for tonight," you said before she left. "It wouldn't have been the same without you there." Luna smiled, her eyes reflecting the early morning light streaming through the high windows. "That's the best kind of magic, I think," she said, "the kind we share with friends." As you made your way back to your dormitory, Your mind was filled with images of silver manes flowing like water in the moonlight, of hoofprints that sparkled on the forest floor, of ancient eyes that seemed to see into your very soul. These memories would fade somewhat with time, as all memories do, but something of their essence would remain with you always. A reminder that in a world of wonders, sometimes the greatest magic of all was the simple act of bearing witness, of being present in moments of quiet beauty. Your bed, when you finally reached it, was a welcome sight. Exhaustion settled into your bones as you slipped beneath the covers, your eyes already growing heavy. Outside your window, the sun was rising fully now, painting the sky in brilliant hues of orange and gold. But you were already drifting into dreams. Dreams of moonlit clearings and unicorns with manes of liquid silver, of forests filled with gentle magic and secrets waiting to be discovered. And somewhere in the forbidden forest, in a clearing touched by ancient enchantment, perhaps those same unicorns were dreaming too, of a night when they had walked alongside humans under the light of the full moon, sharing in a moment of harmony that transcended the boundaries between their world and yours. The stories of your nighttime adventures with Hagrid had spread quietly throughout Hogwarts, passed between trusted friends in hushed, reverent tones. You had shared the tale of Norberta's first flight with Harry, Ron, and Hermione, of course, and the magical encounter with the silver-maned unicorns had been too wondrous to keep entirely to yourself. Luna had spoken of it as well, in her dreamy way that made some dismiss her words as fantasy, while others wondered if there might be truth behind them. Spring had fully blossomed into early summer at Hogwarts. Final exams loomed on the horizon, and the library had become a second home to many students, Hermione most of all. The stress of upcoming tests made your memories of moonlit clearings and baby dragons all the more precious, little pockets of magic and wonder that you could retreat to when the pressure of school became too intense. It was during one such study session in the library, surrounded by towering stacks of books and rolls of parchment, that you noticed Harry and Ginny whispering together at a nearby table. Their heads were bent close, and there was an air of excitement about them that seemed at odds with the studious atmosphere. Curious, you gathered your things and made your way over to them. "Mind if I join you?" you asked, gesturing to an empty chair. Harry looked up with a smile, his green eyes bright behind his round glasses. "We were just about to come find you, actually." Ginny nodded, tucking a strand of fiery red hair behind her ear. "Hagrid's asked for us, the three of us specifically." Something in her tone made your heart beat a little faster. "Another nighttime excursion?" "Was very mysterious about it," Harry said, keeping his voice low to avoid Madame Pince's disapproving glare. "Just said to meet him at his hut after dinner and to dress warmly even though the nights are getting warmer." "And he mentioned Buckbeak," Ginny added, her brown eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Said he had something special to show us." Buckbeak was Hagrid's hippogriff, a magnificent creature with the front legs, wings, and head of a giant eagle, and the body, hind legs, and tail of a horse. You had seen him occasionally from a distance, tethered near Hagrid's garden or soaring above the forbidden forest, his great wings cutting through the air with powerful grace. The thought of a close encounter with such a majestic beast sent a thrill of both excitement and nervousness through you. "Did he say why just us three?" you asked, wondering why Ron and Hermione weren't included this time. Harry shook his head. "No, but you know Hagrid. He probably has his reasons." As the day progressed, anticipation built within you like a slowly rising tide. Through transfiguration and charms, during lunch in the Great Hall, and even while attempting to concentrate on your potions essay, your mind kept wandering to what Hagrid might have planned for the evening. By the time dinner arrived, you were practically vibrating with curiosity. You ate quickly, occasionally exchanging glances with Harry and Ginny across the table. The three of you left the Great Hall together as soon as was reasonable, eager to begin whatever adventure awaited. The evening was indeed warmer than it had been during your previous forest excursions, but there was still a coolness to the air that justified the light jackets you all wore. The sun was just beginning to set as you made your way across the grounds toward Hagrid's hut, painting the sky in breathtaking shades of gold, pink, and lavender. Hagrid was waiting outside, Fang the boarhound lounging at his feet. He beamed when he caught sight of you, raising a massive hand in greeting. "Right on time," he called as you approached. "Beautiful evening for it, too. Couldn't have asked for better." "Better for what exactly, Hagrid?" Harry asked, smiling at the half-giant's evident excitement. Hagrid's eyes twinkled beneath his wild eyebrows. "Something special, Harry. Something I've only just discovered myself, and I reckon the three of you will appreciate it properly." He lowered his voice conspiratorially, though there was no one else around to hear. "It's about Buckbeak, or rather, what Buckbeak's been up to lately." "Is he all right?" Ginny asked, concern flickering across her features. "Oh, he's more than all right," Hagrid assured her, chuckling. "Been keeping secrets, though, that clever beast. Took me ages to figure out where he goes when I let him fly free." He glanced up at the darkening sky. "But we should get going if we want to arrive in time. It's a fair walk." "Where exactly are we going?" you asked as Hagrid gathered a small pack and slung it over his shoulder. "There's a place deep in the forest, a sort of hidden valley. Never knew it was there until I followed Buckbeak. It's well concealed by magic, I reckon, which is why no one's ever mentioned it before." A hidden valley in the Forbidden Forest concealed by magic. The very idea sent a shiver of anticipation down your spine. What might exist in such a place, protected from human discovery for perhaps hundreds of years? As if reading your thoughts, Hagrid added, "It's a special place, and what happens there, well, you'll have to see it to believe it. But I promise you won't be disappointed." With that tantalizing preview, he set off toward the edge of the forest, whistling for Fang to follow. The three of you exchanged excited glances before hurrying after him, your footsteps light with anticipation. The Forbidden Forest was different in the early evening than it had been during your midnight adventures. Golden rays of late sunlight filtered through the canopy, creating dappled patterns on the forest floor. Birds called to one another from the branches above, and small creatures rustled in the underbrush, not yet having given way to their nocturnal counterparts. Hagrid led you along a winding path that seemed to delve deeper into the forest than you had ever gone before. The trees grew taller and more ancient, their gnarled trunks covered in moss and lichen, their roots creating natural obstacles that you had to carefully navigate. The air grew cooler beneath the dense canopy, and the forest sounds gradually shifted as daylight faded. Fewer bird calls, more mysterious rustlings, and the occasional distant howl. "Stay close now," Hagrid advised as the path narrowed. "It's easy to get turned around in this part of the forest." You needed no encouragement to comply. Despite having visited the forest several times now, there was still something inherently unsettling about its depths. A sense that you were entering a realm where humans were merely visitors, tolerated rather than welcomed by the ancient powers that dwelled within. After what felt like at least an hour of walking, during which the last remnants of daylight faded completely, Hagrid finally slowed his pace. Above you, stars had begun to appear in the patches of sky visible through the canopy. Diamond bright against the deepening blue-black of night. "We're getting close," Hagrid whispered, his voice barely audible over the soft sounds of the forest. "From here on, we need to be very quiet. Don't want to disturb anything." The path you had been following disappeared entirely, but Hagrid moved forward with confidence, occasionally checking marks on the trees that you realized he must have left for himself on previous visits. The forest grew denser still, the spaces between trees so narrow in places that Hagrid had to turn sideways to squeeze through. Just when you were beginning to wonder if you would ever reach this mysterious destination, the forest opened up abruptly. Hagrid stopped, holding out an arm to halt the three of you as well. He put a finger to his lips, then gestured for you to look ahead. What you saw took your breath away. Before you lay a valley, perfectly circular and perhaps half a mile across, enclosed by steep, wooded slopes on all sides. The valley floor was covered in lush grass that swayed gently in the night breeze, interspersed with wildflowers that seemed to glow faintly in the starlight. A small stream wound through the center, its water so clear it reflected the sky like a ribbon of liquid stars. But what truly captured your attention was the creature standing at the edge of the valley, not 30 feet from where you were concealed among the trees. It was Buckbeak, his feathers gleaming silver-grey in the starlight, his proud eagle head held high as he surveyed the valley below. Even from this distance you could see the intelligence in his fierce orange eyes, the dignity in his posture. "Comes here every few nights," Hagrid murmured, his voice barely a breath. "Watches for a bit, like he's making sure it's safe." Then, before Hagrid could finish his explanation, Buckbeak spread his enormous wings and leapt forward, talons extended. Your heart lurched, thinking for a moment that he was attacking something, but then you realized he was simply taking flight, soaring down into the valley with powerful, graceful wing beats. "Come on," Hagrid whispered, moving forward with surprising stealth for someone of his size. "There's a better viewing spot just ahead, but remember, absolute silence. What we're about to see is a rare privilege, and we don't want to ruin it by being noticed." The four of you crept along the edge of the valley until you reached a small outcropping of rock that provided both concealment and an excellent view of the valley floor. Settling into position, you peered down eagerly, wondering what could possibly be so special that Hagrid had brought you all this way to witness it. For several minutes, nothing seemed to happen. Buckbeak had landed near the stream and appeared to be drinking, occasionally raising his head to look around, as if waiting for something, or someone. Then, so gradually that you almost missed it at first, other shapes began to emerge from the forest surrounding the valley. They came one by one, gliding silently from different directions to land in the meadow near Buckbeak. Hippogriffs, at least a dozen of them, each one as magnificent as Buckbeak, but with subtle variations in coloring and size. There was a steel grey one, with wings that seemed to shimmer blue when they caught the starlight, a chestnut-bodied hippogriff with feathers the colour of burnished copper, one that appeared almost white, its feathers and coat bleached by age or genetics to the colour of fresh snow. Each moved with that same strange combination of avian and equine grace that made hippogriffs such mesmerizing creatures to watch. "Where did they all come from?" Harry whispered, his voice so low that only you could hear him. You shook your head, equally amazed. You had known that hippogriffs existed in the wild, of course, but had never imagined there might be so many living near Hogwarts, hidden from human eyes. As the last hippogriff joined the gathering, a massive black one with a wingspan that must have been greater than Hagrid was tall, a strange hush fell over the valley. The gentle rustling of leaves seemed to quiet, and even the bubbling of the stream grew softer, as if nature itself was holding its breath in anticipation. The hippogriffs formed a loose circle in the center of the meadow, with Buckbeak taking what appeared to be a position of honor. He raised his head toward the sky and released a call, part eagle's screech, part horse's whinny, that echoed through the valley like a summons. And then, as if responding to some unheard signal, the stars above began to brighten, not all of them, but specific patterns, constellations that seemed to pulse with a silvery light more intense than the surrounding stars. You recognized some of them from your astronomy classes: Pegasus, the winged horse; Aquila, the eagle; Cygnus, the swan. Those that represented flying creatures seemed particularly radiant, as if in acknowledgement of the winged beings gathered below. "It's starting," Hagrid breathed, his voice filled with wonder despite having seen this before. "Watch now, and don't make a sound." What happened next defied description. The hippogriffs began to move, slowly at first, walking in a circle that gradually tightened and then expanded again, like the beating of a giant heart. Their movements were perfectly synchronized, as if they were all listening to the same silent music. Then, one by one, they began to rear up, forelegs pawing at the air, before settling back down in perfect rhythm. "They're dancing," Ginny whispered, her eyes wide with wonder. And indeed, that was exactly what it looked like. A choreographed dance of incredible complexity and beauty. The hippogriffs moved through patterns that shifted and evolved, sometimes in perfect unison, sometimes in counterpoint to each other. They would separate into smaller groups that performed their own intricate movements before rejoining the whole. Occasionally, two would mirror each other exactly, like partners in a formal dance. Their movements so precisely matched it was as if they were reflections. As the dance progressed, it became more elaborate. The hippogriffs began to incorporate flight into their movements, leaping into the air with powerful thrusts of their hind legs, wings spreading to catch them and lift them higher. They soared in spirals and loops, sometimes appearing to pass directly through the glowing constellations above, as if they were weaving the very stars into their dance. The effect was hypnotic. You found yourself holding your breath, afraid that even the sound of your own respiration might somehow break the spell. Beside you, Harry and Ginny were equally entranced, their faces illuminated by the starlight, expressions of pure wonder etched upon their features. At the center of it all was Buckbeak, leading and directing the aerial ballet with subtle movements of his head and wings. There was an unmistakable joy in his performance, a freedom that you had never seen in him when he was tethered near Hagrid's hut or carrying riders on his back. This was Buckbeak as he was meant to be, wild, unfettered, part of a community of his own kind. "How often does this happen?" you whispered to Hagrid, unable to tear your eyes away from the magnificent spectacle. "Far as I can tell, only when the constellations are positioned just right," he replied softly. "Once every few months, maybe. Took me nearly a year of following Buckbeak to finally see it. Been back twice since then, and it's different every time. The patterns they make, the way they interact with the stars. Like they're telling a story, but it's one only they understand." The dance continued for what might have been minutes or hours. Time seemed to lose its meaning as you watched, your mind completely absorbed by the beauty and mystery unfolding before you. Sometimes the hippogriffs would all land and perform intricate ground-based movements, their talons and hooves creating patterns in the long grass. Other times they would all take to the air at once, forming complex three-dimensional shapes against the backdrop of stars. Eventually, however, the intensity began to wane. The movements became slower, more deliberate, as if the dance was approaching its natural conclusion. One by one, the hippogriffs returned to Earth, forming their circle once more, but looser now, more relaxed. As the final hippogriff, the ancient-looking white one, touched down, the glow of the constellations above began to fade, returning to their normal brightness. The hippogriffs raised their heads skyward once more, releasing a harmonious cry that seemed to contain both gratitude and farewell. Then, as naturally as a conversation ending among friends, the gathering began to disperse. The hippogriffs moved about the meadow in small groups, some drinking from the stream, others grooming each other's feathers, still others simply standing together in what appeared to be silent communication. "They'll stay for a while yet," Hagrid whispered. "Socializing, I reckon. It's not just about the dance. It's a gathering, a way for them to maintain their connections with each other. Like a hippogriff party," Ginny suggested, a smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Hagrid nodded, his eyes still fixed on the creatures below. "Something like that, yeah. They're social beings, for all their fierce pride. Need the company of their own kind from time to time." As you continued to watch, you noticed that while most of the hippogriffs had broken into smaller groups, Buckbeak stood somewhat apart, observing the others with an air of contented detachment. There was something poignant about the sight. He was clearly part of this community, welcomed and respected, and yet his life had taken a different path than theirs. He had a foot, or perhaps a talon, in two worlds, the wild society of hippogriffs and the domestic world of Hagrid's care. "Does Buckbeak seem lonely to you?" you asked quietly, voicing the thought as it occurred to you. Hagrid considered this, his brow furrowing. "I don't think that's quite it. More like he's bridging two worlds, these hippogriffs. They're all wild, never known a human touch, never worn a tether. Buckbeak's different. He understands both sides in a way they never could. A translator," Harry suggested, "someone who can move between different worlds and understand both." "Exactly," Hagrid agreed, looking pleased at Harry's insight. "That's why these gatherings are so important for him, I reckon. Reminds him of who he is at his core, beyond all his experiences with humans." As if aware he was being discussed, Buckbeak suddenly raised his head and looked directly toward your hiding place. For a heart-stopping moment you thought he might alert the others to your presence, but instead he simply gazed at you with those intelligent orange eyes, neither alarmed nor particularly surprised. "He knows we're here," Ginny whispered, a hint of concern in her voice. "Course he does," Hagrid replied calmly. "Probably knew from the moment we arrived. Hippogriffs have senses much keener than ours. But he trusts us. Trusts me, at least. Not to interfere. That's why I only ever bring a few people here, and only those I know will respect what they're seeing." You felt a surge of gratitude that Hagrid had considered you worthy of such trust. To be invited to witness something so rare and beautiful, something that perhaps no other humans at Hogwarts had ever seen. It was an honor you wouldn't soon forget. As you continued to watch the hippogriff's post-dance interactions, Hagrid quietly withdrew a few items from his pack. A small flask that steamed when he unstoppered it, and 4 cups, barely bigger than thimbles in his massive hands. "Hot chocolate," he explained, carefully pouring the rich, dark liquid into the cups. "Special recipe. Thought we might need something to warm us while we watch." You accepted your cup gratefully, cradling it between your palms to absorb its warmth. The chocolate was indeed special. Thick and velvety, with hints of cinnamon and some other spice you couldn't quite identify. It spread warmth through your body from the inside out, a perfect complement to the magical scene before you. "Hagrid," Harry said after taking a sip of his own chocolate, "how did you first discover this? You mentioned following Buckbeak, but what made you think to do that?" Hagrid's expression grew thoughtful as he gazed down at the hippogriffs. "Started noticing changes in him, I did. He'd come back from his free flying time all energized somehow. feathers practically glowing with good health, eyes brighter than usual, and there was a pattern to it, always after certain nights when the stars were aligned just so. He took a sip from his own cup, which looked comically small in his enormous hand. I got curious, decided to follow him one night. Wasn't easy. Hippogriffs are fast when they want to be, and proud creatures don't much like being tracked. Lost him the first few times I tried, but eventually I worked out which direction he was headed, got here ahead of him, and, well, I saw what you just saw. It's incredible, you said, your voice filled with genuine awe. Thank you for sharing it with us. Hagrid smiled, his beetle-black eyes crinkling at the corners. That's what I love about you three. You appreciate these things properly. Too many folks, they just see a bunch of magical beasts prancing about. Wouldn't understand the wonder of it, the sacredness, I suppose. The words seemed to hang in the air between you, perfectly capturing what you had witnessed. There had indeed been something sacred about the hippogriff's dance, something ancient and meaningful that transcended human understanding. As you sipped your hot chocolate and continued to watch the hippogriffs below, the conversation flowed naturally to other topics: school, upcoming exams, plans for the summer. Yet your attention never fully left the magnificent creatures in the valley, each moment of their interaction as fascinating as the dance had been, if in a quieter way. You noticed how they communicated, not just with sounds, but with subtle movements of wings and heads, with postures and positioning that conveyed complex messages. You observed the evident social hierarchy, with certain hippogriffs clearly deferring to others, yet without any displays of aggression or forced dominance. And you watched their methods of play and bonding, mutual grooming, gentle nips at feathers, occasional playful chases across the meadow. They're so much like us in some ways, Ginny observed, watching as two younger hippogriffs engaged in what appeared to be a friendly game of tag, darting through the air in quick, joyful bursts, and yet so completely different in others. That's the thing about magical creatures, Hagrid said, his voice warm with affection. They remind us that there's more than one way to be intelligent, more than one way to build a society or form connections. Makes you realize how limited our perspective can be sometimes. You thought about Luna and her ability to see things others missed, to accept the extraordinary with calm certainty. You thought about Norberta the dragon, learning to embrace her nature through gentle encouragement. You thought about the silver-maned unicorns, allowing you a glimpse into their world as an act of trust and connection. Each of these experiences had expanded your understanding, not just of magical creatures, but of magic itself, of its endless variations and expressions, its ability to manifest in ways both spectacular and subtle. The wizarding world you were being educated to participate in suddenly seemed both larger and more intricate than you had previously realized. As the night deepened around you, the hippogriffs gradually began to depart. One by one, they took to the air, circling the valley once before disappearing into the surrounding forest, each in a different direction. Their departures were as graceful and dignified as everything else about them, with brief moments of farewell communication with those remaining. Eventually, only Buckbeak and two others remained, the ancient white one and the massive black. The three stood in a triangle formation, heads inclined toward each other as if in silent conference. Then, with what looked remarkably like formal bows, the white and black hippogriffs took flight, leaving Buckbeak alone in the valley. He stood motionless for a long moment, gazing up at the stars, as if committing their patterns to memory. Then, with a shake of his feathers that seemed to signify the completion of some private ritual, he turned and began to make his way up the slope toward your hiding place. "He's coming to us," Harry said, straightening up slightly from his crouched position. Hagrid nodded, putting away the empty cups and flask. Figured he might. He knows it's time to head back. Sure enough, Buckbeak approached your outcropping with deliberate steps, his orange eyes fixed on your group with unmistakable recognition. When he reached you, he dipped his head in what you had come to recognize as a hippogriff's greeting, not a full bow, as might be expected from a human, but an acknowledgement between equals. Hagrid returned the gesture with a deep nod of his own, then reached out to stroke Buckbeak's feathered neck. "Hello, my friend. Thank you for letting us watch. It was beautiful, as always." Buckbeak made a soft chirruping sound, pressing his beak briefly against Hagrid's massive palm. Then he turned his attention to the rest of you, studying each of your faces in turn with those intelligent eyes. Remembering the proper protocol, you, Harry, and Ginny each bowed respectfully to the hippogriff. Buckbeak considered for a moment before dipping his head to each of you in turn, granting permission to approach. You stepped forward carefully, maintaining eye contact, and were rewarded with the opportunity to gently stroke his feathers, which felt like nothing you had ever touched before, somehow both soft and firm, warm with the life that pulsed beneath them. "They'll guide us back," Hagrid explained as Buckbeak stepped away and began to move along the forest edge. "Knows these paths better than I do, especially in the dark." The journey back through the forest felt shorter than the outward trip, perhaps because Buckbeak did indeed choose more direct routes than Hagrid had. The hippogriff moved with confidence through the darkness, occasionally pausing to ensure you were all keeping up, his feathers catching what little moonlight filtered through the canopy and seeming to glow with an inner light. As you walked, the quiet of the forest was occasionally broken by soft conversation, reflections on what you had witnessed, but mostly you moved in comfortable silence, each absorbed in your own thoughts, processing the wonder and beauty of the night's events. By the time you emerged from the forest edge near Hagrid's hut, the moon was high in the sky, casting long shadows across the grounds. Buckbeak paused, turning to face the four of you with what seemed like an expectant air. "I think," Hagrid said softly, "he'd like to show you one more thing before we call it a night." Before any of you could ask what he meant, Buckbeak lowered himself into a full bow, forelegs bent, head nearly touching the ground, the unmistakable invitation for a human to mount. He held the position, his orange eyes fixed on Harry. "He wants you to fly with him, Harry," Hagrid explained, unable to keep the smile from his voice. "Just a short ride, I reckon. His way of saying thank you for respecting his secret." Harry's eyes widened with surprise, then delight. He had ridden Buckbeak before, of course, but the invitation coming directly from the hippogriff himself was clearly a special honor. He approached carefully, bowed once more out of respect, then climbed onto Buckbeak's back with practiced ease. "Hold tight now," Hagrid advised, though Harry already had a secure grip on the hippogriff's neck feathers. "And remember, let him lead. This is his gift to you." With a powerful thrust of his hind legs, Buckbeak launched himself into the air, wings spreading wide to catch the night breeze. Harry let out a soft exclamation of delight as they soared upward, quickly becoming a silhouette against the star-filled sky. From your vantage point on the ground, it was like watching an extension of the dance you had witnessed earlier. A single performer now, with a human companion, but no less graceful or magical. Buckbeak circled the grounds once, twice, then headed toward the lake, flying so low that his talons occasionally skimmed the glassy surface, sending ripples across the reflected stars. "Beautiful," Ginny breathed, watching the flight with shining eyes. "He's showing Harry his world." Hagrid nodded, his expression one of deep contentment. "That's exactly it, sharing a perspective few humans ever get to see. It's a precious gift, that is." After perhaps 10 minutes of increasingly spectacular aerial maneuvers, Buckbeak began to descend, circling back toward where you waited. He landed with perfect grace a few feet away, allowing Harry to dismount before shaking out his feathers and giving what sounded remarkably like a satisfied snort. Harry rejoined your group, his face flushed with exhilaration, hair even more tousled than usual from the wind. I don't even have words, he said, eyes bright with wonder. It was like he wanted to show me everything, what the castle looks like from above at night, how the forest stretches out forever, the way the stars reflect in the lake. He turned to Buckbeak, who was watching him with what could only be described as pleased attention. "Thank you," Harry said simply, bowing once more to the hippogriff. "It was an honor." Buckbeak dipped his head in acknowledgement, then, to everyone's surprise, repeated the mounting invitation, this time with his gaze fixed on Ginny. "Me?" she asked, her voice betraying both excitement and nervousness. "Really?" "Go on," Hagrid encouraged. He wouldn't offer if he didn't mean it. With a deep breath, Ginny approached the hippogriff, bowed respectfully, and then, with Harry's help, climbed onto his back. Once again, Buckbeak took to the sky, this time carrying a passenger whose long red hair streamed behind her like a flame against the darkness. "What about you?" Harry asked, turning to you. "Do you think he'll offer you a ride too?" You watched as Buckbeak performed a graceful spiral with Ginny, her delighted laughter just audible from the ground. "I hope so," you admitted. "It looks amazing." But even as the words left your mouth, you realized that regardless of whether Buckbeak chose to offer you a flight, the night had already gifted you with something precious beyond measure, the privilege of witnessing a hidden corner of the magical world, a secret ritual of magnificent creatures that few humans had ever seen. As Ginny's flight came to an end and Buckbeak landed once more, you found yourself filled with a deep sense of gratitude, not just for tonight's adventure, but for all the wonders that Hagrid had shared with you since you'd come to Hogwarts. The baby dragon learning to fly, the silver-maned unicorns walking beside you under the full moon, and now the hippogriffs dancing among the stars. Each experience a thread in a tapestry of magic that continued to unfold before you. And perhaps most valuable of all were the lessons hidden within these encounters, that patience and kindness could give wings to those afraid to fly, that silence and respect could open doors to hidden worlds, that the most profound magic often existed in moments of connection between different beings, each acknowledging the wonder and worth of the other. As expected, Buckbeak did indeed offer you a flight as well, and the experience was every bit as magical as you had hoped. Soaring through the night sky on the back of a creature that moved with such power and grace was both exhilarating and peaceful, a paradox that somehow made perfect sense in the moment. From that elevated perspective, Hogwarts looked like something out of a dream, its towers and turrets silhouetted against the starry sky, windows glowing with warm light like earthbound stars. When all three of you had enjoyed your flights and properly thanked Buckbeak for his generosity, Hagrid led you back toward the castle. It was late now, well past the time students should be in their dormitories, but you walked openly across the grounds, confident that if you encountered any teachers, Hagrid's presence would explain your late-night excursion. "I want to thank you all," Hagrid said as you neared the castle entrance, "for understanding why I wanted to share this with you, and for treating it with the respect it deserves." "Thank you for trusting us," Harry replied sincerely. "It's an experience I'll never forget." Ginny and you nodded in agreement, words seeming inadequate to express the depth of your gratitude. As you said your goodbyes to Hagrid and made your way through the quiet corridors toward your respective dormitories, a comfortable silence fell between you. each lost in memories of the night's wonders. In your bed at last, with the gentle sounds of sleeping roommates around you, you closed your eyes and found that sleep came easily. In your dreams, you soared once more through star-filled skies, weaving between constellations that pulsed with magic, guided by creatures that bridged the worlds of earth and air. And somewhere, in a hidden valley deep within the forbidden forest, perhaps those same magical beings dreamed as well, of ancient dances and secret gatherings, of stars that listened and responded, and of the rare humans who had earned the privilege of bearing witness to the wild magic that existed beyond the boundaries of wands and spellbooks and classroom walls. Summer had descended upon Hogwarts in a gentle wave of golden warmth. The last exams had been taken, the final essays submitted, and a languid peacefulness had settled over the castle and its grounds. Many students had already departed for home, eager to begin their holiday adventures, but you had chosen to remain for a few extra days, savoring the rare tranquility of a nearly empty school. The June evening air was sweet with the scent of wild flowers as you wandered along the edge of the lake, watching the setting sun paint the water in shades of amber and rose. After the intensity of your final exams and the excitement of your nighttime adventures with Hagrid, this quiet moment felt like a gift, a chance to simply breathe and reflect on all you had experienced during the school year. Your mind drifted back to those magical encounters, the baby dragon learning to fly under the watchful eyes of you, Harry, Ron, and Hermione, the silver-manned unicorns that had walked beside you and Luna in the light of the full moon, the hippogriffs dancing among the stars as you, Harry, and Ginny looked on in wonder. Each memory was a treasured reminder of the hidden magic that existed beyond classroom walls and textbook pages. Lost in these pleasant recollections, you almost didn't notice the familiar figure hurrying along the path from Hagrid's hut, her bushy brown hair unmistakable even at a distance. Hermione spotted you at the same moment and changed course, heading in your direction with purposeful strides. "There you are," she called as she drew closer. "I've been looking all over for you. Is everything all right?" you asked, noting the slightly flustered expression on her face. "Yes, but Hagrid's asked for our help with something," she explained, slightly out of breath. "He's found a niffler that's gotten itself into a bit of trouble, and he thought we might be able to assist. He's asked for Neville too. Apparently he's got some plant that might be useful." Nifflers were small, furry creatures with long snouts and a notorious attraction to shiny objects. You had learned about them in Care of Magical Creatures, but had never dealt with one up close. The prospect of helping Hagrid with yet another magical creature adventure brought an immediate smile to your face. "Of course I'll help. Where is Neville now?" "Meeting us at Hagrid's," Hermione replied, already turning back toward the gamekeeper's hut. "Come on, we should hurry. The sun's almost set, and according to Hagrid, that's when things will get interesting." Curiosity thoroughly piqued, you fell into step beside her as you both made your way across the grounds. The last rays of sunlight were disappearing behind the mountains, and the first stars had begun to appear in the deepening blue of the eastern sky. The air was pleasantly warm, with just enough of a breeze to keep it from feeling stifling. "Do you know what's happened exactly?" you asked as you walked. "What kind of trouble is this niffler in?" Hermione's lips quirked into a small smile. "It's not so much that the niffler is in trouble, but that it might cause trouble if left to its own devices. Apparently it's discovered the fireflies that live near the edge of the forest and has convinced itself they're tiny floating pieces of gold. Hagrid's worried it might either exhaust itself trying to catch them all night, or wander too deep into the forest following them." You could easily picture the scene, a niffler bouncing frantically after glowing insects, its little paws outstretched in eternal optimism. The image was both amusing and endearing. "And Neville's plant, how does that fit in?" "I'm not entirely sure," Hermione admitted. Something to do with attracting the Niffler, I think. You know how Neville is with his rare specimens, always finding unusual properties and applications. As you neared Hagrid's hut, you could see two figures waiting outside, one enormous, one considerably smaller. Hagrid was gesturing animatedly as he spoke to Neville, who was carefully holding what appeared to be a small potted plant with unusual silvery leaves that seemed to shimmer even in the fading light. "Ah, there you are," Hagrid called when he spotted you approaching. "Thanks for coming so quickly. We've got ourselves a bit of a situation brewing." "Is this the plant that's supposed to help?" Hermione asked, immediately examining what Neville held with scholarly interest. Neville nodded, pride evident in his voice as he explained. "It's a silver lumina, really rare magical succulent. Professor Sprout let me nurture one from a cutting as part of my advanced herbology project. The leaves contain tiny metallic particles that catch the light, but what's really special is that they release a sweet scent that Nifflers find irresistible." "Brilliant thinking, asking Neville to bring it," Hagrid said, clapping the boy on the shoulder with enough force to make him stagger slightly. "Should make our job a lot easier." "Where exactly is the Niffler now?" you asked, glancing around the darkening grounds. Hagrid pointed toward a spot where the manicured lawn of Hogwarts began to give way to the wilder growth that bordered the forbidden forest. "Over there. Been watching him for about an hour. The fireflies are just starting to come out, and he's already beside himself with excitement. Now that your eyes had adjusted to the dimming light, you could indeed make out a small dark shape darting about at the edge of the forest. As you watched, tiny points of golden light began to blink into existence around it. Fireflies awakening with the coming of night, unaware they had become the object of a treasure hunter's misguided desire. "Right then," Hagrid said decisively. "Here's the plan. We need to approach slow and quiet. Don't want to spook the little fella. Neville, you'll use your plant to get his attention once we're close enough. Then we'll create a trail with some shiny bits I've brought along." He patted his pocket, which jingled softly, "leading back to where I've prepared a temporary nest for him." "Where did he come from?" Hermione asked as the four of you began to move carefully toward the distant Niffler. "They're not native to the Hogwarts grounds, are they?" "This one's a bit of a mystery," Hagrid admitted. "Could be he wandered up from Hogsmeade. There's a fellow there who keeps a few as pets, or might be he escaped from someone's care. Either way, he's far too young to be out on his own, especially with the kinds of creatures that roam the forest at night." As you drew closer to the edge of the forest, the firefly display became more spectacular. Dozens, perhaps hundreds of the tiny insects hovered in the air, their lights blinking on and off in mesmerizing patterns. They seemed to be emerging from the tall grasses and shrubs, rising up to perform their nightly dance against the backdrop of emerging stars. And in the midst of this living constellation was the Niffler, a small black ball of fur with a distinctly duck-like bill, scampering about with almost comical determination. Each time a firefly blinked on near it, the creature would make an enthusiastic leap, front paws outstretched to grab the perceived treasure, only to come up empty as the insect darted away or simply turned off its light. Despite its repeated failures, the Niffler showed no signs of discouragement. If anything, each near miss seemed to fuel its enthusiasm for the chase. It would pause momentarily, its small dark eyes scanning the area before launching itself toward another golden glow with renewed optimism. "Look at him go," Neville whispered, a note of admiration in his voice. "You've got to appreciate that kind of persistence." "They're incredibly single-minded when it comes to shiny things," Hermione observed. "It's actually quite fascinating from a behavioral perspective. They have specialized receptors in their visual cortex that are particularly sensitive to reflective surfaces, and they've got pouches in their bellies that can hold far more than you'd think possible, Hagrid added. Magical expansion, similar to some wizard-made bags. This little one's pouch is probably still pretty small, him being so young, but an adult Niffler can carry a surprising amount of treasure. The four of you had stopped about 20 feet away from the Niffler, who remained blissfully unaware of your presence, completely absorbed in its fruitless pursuit. Up close, you could see just how young it was, smaller than the textbook illustrations you'd studied, with especially soft-looking fur and an endearing clumsiness to its movements. Poor thing, you said softly. It must be so confused about why it can't catch the gold. That's why we need to give it something it actually can catch, Hagrid explained, reaching into his pocket and pulling out a small collection of items. A few bronze newts, some buttons that gleamed silver in the fading light, and what appeared to be a tarnished pocket watch. Nothing too valuable, he assured Hermione, who had raised an eyebrow at the collection. Just enough to get its attention and lead it where we want it to go. Now, Neville, let's see if that plant of yours works as well as Professor Sprout says it does. Neville carefully set the silver lumina on the ground between you and the Niffler, then gently stroked one of its leaves. Immediately, the plant seemed to respond, its silvery foliage rustling slightly, though there was no breeze. A moment later, you detected a sweet, slightly metallic scent in the air, subtle to your human nose, but evidently powerful to a Niffler. The effect was almost instantaneous. The small creature froze mid-leap, its snout twitching rapidly as it processed the new scent. It turned slowly, beady eyes widening as they landed on the shimmering plant. For a moment, it seemed torn between the fireflies, still blinking enticingly around it, and this new, stationary treasure. Curiosity won out. With a series of small, cautious bounds, the Niffler approached the plant, its focus now entirely on the gleaming leaves. It circled the pot once, twice, sniffing intensely, before reaching out a tentative paw to touch one of the leaves. That's it, Hagrid murmured encouragingly. Nice and easy now. Carefully, he placed one of the bronze nuts on the ground a few feet away from the plant, positioning it so that it caught the light from his lantern and gleamed invitingly. The Niffler noticed immediately, its head swiveling toward the coin. For the next 15 minutes, the four of you engaged in a slow, patient process of leading the Niffler across the grounds toward Hagrid's hut. One by one, Hagrid would place a shiny object on the ground, each just visible from the Niffler's position by the previous item. The creature would investigate each one thoroughly, sometimes picking it up and examining it before tucking it into its pouch with evident satisfaction, sometimes simply nudging it with its snout before moving on to the next glimmer of potential treasure. It was a delicate operation requiring both patience and precision. If the items were placed too far apart, the Niffler might lose interest and return to chasing fireflies. If you moved too quickly or made sudden noises, it might become startled and flee. But under Hagrid's gentle guidance, the plan progressed smoothly. "Hagrid," Hermione whispered as you neared the halfway point of your journey, "where exactly are we taking it? You mentioned a temporary nest." "Got it all set up in the pumpkin patch," Hagrid replied quietly, his eyes never leaving the Niffler as it examined a particularly shiny button. "Made a little burrow lined with soft cloth, added a few trinkets to make it feel at home. Should keep him comfortable until I can find out where he belongs, or arrange a more permanent situation." You had to smile at this evidence of Hagrid's thoughtfulness. Others might have simply trapped the Niffler in a cage or box, but Hagrid had taken the time to create a proper home that would cater to the creature's natural instincts and preferences. As you continued your slow procession across the grounds, the night deepened around you. The stars emerged in full force, sprinkling the dark canvas of the sky with points of silver light. The moon, just past full, rose above the mountains, casting a gentle glow over the landscape. And all around you, more fireflies had begun to appear, creating a magical atmosphere that felt like walking through a living constellation. The Niffler seemed equally entranced by this developing nighttime splendor. It would occasionally pause in its treasure hunt to watch the fireflies, head tilting in evident confusion as it tried to reconcile these elusive golden lights with the tangible treasures it was collecting. Once, it even sat back on its haunches and simply observed the blinking patterns for several moments, as if appreciating the beauty of the display rather than just seeing potential loot. "I think he's starting to understand. They're not actually gold," Neville observed quietly. "They're smarter than they look," Hagrid agreed. "Quick learners, Nifflers. This one's probably figuring out that if it can't catch 'em and put 'em in its pouch, they must be something else entirely." The insight reminded you of something Luna had once said about how different creatures perceive the world in their own unique ways, how what seems obvious to one being might be completely unintelligible to another until they find a bridge of understanding between their perspectives. Eventually, your strange procession reached the edge of Hagrid's pumpkin patch, where a small mound was visible among the broad leaves and twisted vines. Hagrid had indeed created what looked like a perfect Niffler habitat, a burrow entrance dug into the soft earth, reinforced with what appeared to be an upturned flower pot with a hole cut into one side. The interior lined with what looked like scraps of velvet and silk. "Now for the tricky part," Hagrid whispered. "Need to get him to go inside without feeling trapped." He carefully laid a trail of his remaining shiny objects, leading directly to the burrow entrance. As a final touch, he reached into another pocket and pulled out what appeared to be a small silver spoon, which he placed just inside the entrance where it would catch the light. "Perfect bait," he explained with a wink. "No Niffler can resist investigating a proper bit of silver." Sure enough, the Niffler followed the trail with increasing excitement, its movements becoming more bouncy as it collected each item along the way. When it reached the burrow entrance, it paused only briefly before the allure of the silver spoon proved irresistible. With a happy chirping sound, it disappeared inside. The four of you waited in silence, barely daring to breathe as you listened for any signs of distress from within the burrow. But all that emerged were occasional satisfied chirps and the soft sounds of the Niffler arranging its newly acquired treasures. "I think we did it," Neville whispered after a few moments, his face breaking into a relieved smile. "Brilliant teamwork," Hagrid agreed, straightening up from his crouched position with a crack of his knees. "Couldn't have done it without the three of you." As if celebrating your success, the fireflies around you seemed to intensify their display, hundreds of tiny lights blinking on and off in mesmerizing patterns. Some drifted lazily over the pumpkin patch, while others rose higher into the air, mingling with the lowest branches of nearby trees. "It's beautiful," Hermione murmured, her academic interest momentarily giving way to simple appreciation as she watched the light show. "I've read that firefly bioluminescence is one of the most efficient light sources in nature. Almost 100% of the energy is converted to light, with almost no heat loss. They're special around here too," Hagrid added, his voice softening with affection. "Hogwarts fireflies have been living on these grounds since the Founder's time. Some say they're distant relatives of fairies, though that's probably just a tale. Still, they do seem to have a bit of magic to them." As if to prove his point, some of the fireflies began to move in more deliberate patterns, forming rough shapes in the air, circles and spirals that seemed too coordinated to be random movement. A group of them gathered above the Niffler's burrow, blinking in a synchronized rhythm that cast a gentle, pulsing glow over the entrance. I think they know we helped their little admirer, you said with a smile, watching as the niffler poked its snout out of the burrow to observe the display, its eyes wide with wonder rather than acquisitive desire. Well, I reckon we could all use a bit of rest after our successful mission, Hagrid said, though he made no move to leave, clearly as captivated by the scene as the rest of you. But perhaps a cup of tea first? To celebrate? The suggestion was met with immediate agreement, and soon the four of you were settled comfortably around Hagrid's enormous wooden table, steaming mugs of tea in hand. The hut was warm and inviting, with a small fire crackling in the hearth despite the summer evening, its light casting dancing shadows on the walls. Through the open door, you could still see the fireflies continuing their dance in the night air, and occasionally catch glimpses of the niffler venturing out of its burrow to watch them before retreating back to its new nest of treasures. So, what happens to the niffler now? Neville asked, blowing gently on his tea to cool it. I'll ask around in Hogsmeade tomorrow, see if anyone's missing a young one, Hagrid replied. If not, I might see if Newt Scamander knows of a good sanctuary. He's got connections with all sorts of places that look after magical creatures. Newt Scamander? Hermione's eyes widened. The author of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them? You know him? Hagrid nodded, a hint of pride in his expression. Met him years ago when I was just starting as gamekeeper here. Brilliant man, understands creatures better than most, keeps in touch now and then, especially if he hears of something unusual in the area. As Hagrid launched into a story about Newt Scamander helping to relocate a colony of bowtruckles that had outgrown their home tree, you found yourself reflecting on how many extraordinary experiences had come your way because of Hagrid's unique connection to the magical creatures around Hogwarts. Without him, you might never have witnessed a baby dragon's first flight, or walked alongside silver-maned unicorns, or seen hippogriffs dancing among the stars. And now, this simple but magical evening with a lost niffler and a swarm of fireflies, another memory to treasure. The conversation flowed easily, punctuated by Hagrid's hearty laughter and the occasional enthusiastic bark from Fang, who had settled himself comfortably at Neville's feet. Outside, night had fully embraced the grounds, wrapping Hogwarts in a blanket of darkness, relieved only by starlight, moonlight, and the gentle blinking of the fireflies that continued their silent performance. After finishing your tea, the four of you moved outside to sit on the steps of Hagrid's hut, unwilling to end the evening just yet. The night air had cooled slightly but remained pleasant, carrying the mingled scents of summer flowers, freshly turned earth from the garden, and the distinctive sweetness of Hagrid's ripening pumpkins. The niffler had become more adventurous, now fully emerging from its burrow to sit atop the mound Hagrid had created. It seemed to have accepted that the fireflies were not, in fact, catchable treasure, and had settled for simply watching their aerial display with apparent enjoyment. Occasionally it would reach into its pouch to withdraw one of its new treasures, examining it in the moonlight before carefully replacing it. You know, Hermione said thoughtfully, watching the niffler's contented behavior. There's something rather profound about this. It came looking for gold, for treasure, but now it seems just as happy appreciating beauty it can't possess. Bit of a life lesson in that, I reckon, Hagrid agreed with a nod. Some of the best things in life aren't things we can grab hold of and keep. They're moments, experiences, like what we're sharing right now. The observation resonated with all of you, prompting a comfortable silence as you contemplated the simple wisdom in Hagrid's words. In a world where magic could create spectacular effects and transform reality in endless ways, there was something especially meaningful about appreciating the quiet, natural magic of fireflies dancing in the night, or the contented chirps of a small creature who had found unexpected joy. As the evening stretched on, your conversation turned to plans for the summer. Hermione's upcoming trip to France with her parents, Neville's ambitions to expand his collection of rare plants, Hagrid's ongoing care for the creatures of the Forbidden Forest. The discussion was relaxed and meandering, the kind of talk that flows easily among friends, with no particular destination in mind. Eventually, the Niffler, perhaps tired from its earlier excitement, retreated into its burrow for the night. The fireflies, too, began to disperse, their numbers gradually thinning as they drifted back toward the forest edge or settled into the tall grasses around the garden. "We should probably head back to the castle," Hermione said reluctantly, noting how late it had grown, "though I wish we could stay longer." "This was brilliant, Hagrid," Neville added, carefully picking up his silver lumina plant. "Thank you for including us." "Thank you for helping," Hagrid replied warmly. "Couldn't have managed nearly so well without ye all, and I reckon our little Niffler friend is grateful too, even if he doesn't know how to show it." As you prepared to return to the castle, something caught your eye. A single firefly separated from its fellows, hovering directly in front of you. It blinked once, twice, then began to move in a small circle, as if trying to get your attention. "I think it wants us to follow it," he said, watching as the firefly moved a short distance away before pausing, its light steadily glowing as if in invitation. Curious, the four of you followed the solitary firefly as it led you around the side of Hagrid's hut toward the pumpkin patch. There, to your amazement, the remaining fireflies had gathered in a dense cloud above the Niffler's burrow. As you watched, they began to arrange themselves, no longer in random patterns but in a deliberate formation that unmistakably resembled a Niffler. The glowing outline was crude but recognizable. A round body, pointed snout, small ears, and even a suggestion of the creature's pouch. It held for several seconds, long enough for all of you to gasp in wonder, before dissolving back into random blinking lights that slowly dispersed into the night. "Did you see that?" Neville whispered, his eyes wide. "They made a picture of him." "I've never seen anything like it," Hermione breathed, her expression a mixture of amazement and academic curiosity. "Coordinated behavior in that way. It suggests a level of intelligence or collective consciousness that isn't documented in any research I've read." Hagrid shook his head slowly, a smile of wonder spreading beneath his wild beard. "Told ye there was something special about Hogwarts fireflies. Seems they wanted to give us a proper goodbye." As if confirming his words, the fireflies rose higher into the air, blinking a few final times before scattering in all directions, returning to their normal patterns among the trees and grasses. The solitary firefly that had led you there lingered a moment longer, hovering before each of you in turn, before it too departed, its tiny light disappearing into the darkness. The four of you stood in silence for a moment, absorbing what you had witnessed. There was no logical explanation for what the fireflies had done. It defied everything known about their behavior. And yet, at Hogwarts, surrounded by the everyday wonders of magic, perhaps it wasn't so strange after all. "Another mystery of the magical world," Hermione said finally, her voice soft with appreciation. "Something science can't quite explain. And doesn't need to," Hagrid added. "Some things are better left as wonders." With that thought lingering in your minds, you said your goodbyes to Hagrid and began the walk back to the castle. The grounds were peaceful around you, bathed in moonlight that silvered the lake's surface and softened the imposing silhouette of Hogwarts against the star-studded sky. As you walked, occasionally a lone firefly would cross your path, its golden light a brief, magical punctuation in the blue-tinted darkness. You couldn't help but wonder if they were the same ones from earlier, perhaps following to ensure you returned safely, or simply continuing their nightly routines, unaware of how they had touched your hearts. By the time you reached the castle entrance, a comfortable tiredness had settled over you, the kind that comes from an evening well spent in good company. The three of you lingered briefly in the entrance hall, reluctant to separate after sharing such a special experience. "I'm going to research magical fireflies first thing tomorrow," Hermione declared, her academic curiosity clearly piqued by what you had witnessed. "There must be some record of similar behavior somewhere. I'm going to see if Professor Sprout knows anything about how plants and magical insects interact," Neville added, glancing fondly at his silver lumina. "This evening gave me some new ideas for my herbology project." You smiled, appreciating how each of your friends processed experiences through their own particular interests and talents. "And I'm just going to remember tonight exactly as it was," you said simply. "Sometimes that's enough." With final goodnights, you parted ways, each heading toward your respective dormitories. The corridors were quiet at this late hour, your footsteps echoing softly off the ancient stones as you made your way through the familiar passages of Hogwarts. In your dormitory at last, you changed quietly so as not to disturb your sleeping roommates, then slipped into bed with a contented sigh. Through your window you could see a patch of star-filled sky, and just as your eyes began to grow heavy, a single golden light drifted past. One last firefly, or perhaps just a figment of your imagination as sleep began to claim you. Either way, it sent you into dreams filled with gentle magic, baby dragons learning to fly in fields of fireflies, silver-maned unicorns whose hoofprints glimmered like fallen stars, hippogriffs dancing among constellations, and a small, determined Niffler who discovered that some treasures are meant to be admired rather than possessed. In the morning you would wake to the bustling reality of Hogwarts preparing for the summer holidays. There would be trunks to pack, goodbyes to say, trains to catch, but for now, in the quiet darkness of night, you drifted in that peaceful space between wakefulness and dreams, where the magic of the evening's gentle adventure continued to weave its spell, carrying you softly, surely, into sleep. Our magical journey through Hogwarts comes to a close for tonight. Now you'll hear the gentle crackling of the common room fire and soothing ambient sounds of the castle to accompany you as you drift off to sleep. These calming sounds will continue without any advertisements or interruptions. May your dreams be filled with magic and wonder, and may you sleep as peacefully as if you were tucked away in your cozy four-poster bed in the dormitory. Good night, dear witch or wizard, until our next adventure in the wizarding world.